Okay, nice. Yeah. If I see, no, I'm playing, I'm just sharing the screen. Okay, I'm coming. If I see, no, I'm playing, I'm just yes. That's fine. You see that.
Good morning once again. Please, shall we rise as we welcome the minister to the podium? And please, we can come. Please come. Salam. Please come. Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. So we indulge your time to wait a while for Kumbuna to join us, then we start the program. Thank you. And please, those standing out there, please, there are more seats here. Come and sit so that we start the program in earnest. Thank you very much. Oh, shall we rise once again and welcome in our GHIS president with his entourage. Forgive me. Please sit.
Samaya to bayu yakulu mai bindamila. Samaya da wa sun katama. Samaya da kan no so no bangumbiya. Yala bin yakumla yi sabya. Ngoma kawi so kamadani nja. Danya ye na mruya. Asha to gambia ojiya kunda kwa. Asha na bui. Yes, I'm the boy. I'm got the mama. Yes, I'm the kind. No, so no one will be a Rangi. I don't know you. Sure, I don't know you. Never was ever career. That is a good young man. What do you do? Susan, the young kind of phobia. Somebody can you win? Somebody comes for God's way. Are you in love? That will do the maybe you man, when was Sana. Najo, what are you doing? Lamponta. Sana, you man, I'm going with Sana. You man.
I did that.
Boy, I don't want that. Na gusto makamban gusto mo kubama alas na bisyo ng katong mama tulibis bisyo na kayo sambaya alas na kayo nila atong dadong gutala alas na jama na kayo tawatana kan la bonsuya insan yu kamtane na ya papa wulu ya benim binya ka yirma aba tabe ya sabu jele wumdo tabiyele ala sa tu position en katong mama ndu toya
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Ghana is really rich with culture. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, we'd like to call on Sylvia Isaac Glebo to introduce us.
Thank you. Hello. Good. So without wasting much time, yes, a round of applause for Sylvia Isaac Glebo, fellow of the institution, to give us the opening prayer.
Thank you very much, Council. May I please ask, with all respect, that we be upstanding as we take the opening prayer. May I please ask that we be on our feet as we take our opening prayer, please, with all due respect. All right, let's pray. Okay, we are praying. Everlasting Father, we are grateful to you for a time like this. We thank you for the traveling mercies granted us from across the country. And we thank you for this great day you've made for us, for we believe that this is a day that you've made for us to rejoice and be glad in. As we gathered here, Lord, as surveyors, we pray committing our days of being here into your care. And our prayer is that, Father, you will give us a voice, give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding as the presentations are coming. We ask Jehovah God Almighty that you will enlighten us so that at the end of these 3 days, Lord, our names will be engraved in the land of Tamale and beyond. That yes, this year, surveyors were in this region, and this is the legacy they've left in. We pray, Jehovah God, committing all the presenters, we commit everybody here into your care, and we ask the Lord, you will grant us utterance, you will grant us understanding. Lead us that through our deliberations and discussions, Father, whatever we'll come up with will go a long way to help the nation and the world at large. That Ghana will be a place that many will travel to come and see what surveyors are doing in the land. We thank you, Father, and we bless you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Please, let's take our seats.
Thank you very much, Surveyor Blebo. We would have to hash our time a bit. So without wasting time, I would like to introduce the representative of His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That is the Minister, the Regional Minister, Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Shani Al-Hassan Shaibu. He has another duty, in fact, duties to perform on behalf of the President. So he would have loved to stay with us throughout this period, but because of time, we would like to give him an opportunity to welcome us formally into his region, into his presence, so that he can take leave of us, so that maybe when he's done and we have time, he will join us. Thank you very much. So I would like to invite the Honorable Minister. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Ayab Kumbuna, Ayab Choanna, Nanama, special guests of honor, the President and Executive of GHIS, the Chairman of LSD, distinguished land surveyors, sisters and brothers of the profession, and other professional bodies present here, members from the security services, or friends from the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the mayor of Tamale and the MC of Sanargo present here also. I duly recognize your presence. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be here with you all today for the annual general meeting of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. I therefore, on behalf of the revered chiefs and people of the region, extend a warm welcome to all distinguished personalities here present, who have come from far and near to Tamale to witness this very important event. I am informed that this is the first time the Land Surveyors Division of Ghana Institution of Surveyors is organizing such a meeting in the northern part of Ghana.
We are very much honored to have our region hosting such a great event. None of us can be in any doubt about the critical roles this institution as champions of land surveying plays in the delivery of cadastral plans and land management in our country. You are the technical men who are the first to visit the land and the last to produce the map we need for development. Your team, smart thinking, geospatial solution for Ghana's digital economy could not have been better chosen than now. Where the government is determined to digitalize all facets of our national economy. Everything in this world is driven by location and place and time. Nothing is well planned until its appropriate spatial dynamics are explored. The government is determined to use these tools to accelerate national development. It is therefore welcoming that, unlike the surveyors we know, who only measure land, you are moving the notch higher and smartly to use your other special methods are driving the economy to a sustainable level. Mr. Chairman, geospatial data is at the height of national planning and resource allocation. These are becoming signposts to poverty alleviation and used to improve social services, create jobs, and improve living conditions. It helps policymakers and planners make informed decisions about land use, resource management, and infrastructural development. It provides a platform for disaster risk assessment, simulation and visualization, and guides emergency responses, shelter operations, and post-disaster restoration and monitoring. Distinguished guests, more evidence abounds in the world on land registration, providing better access to formal credit, higher land values, higher investments in land, and higher outputs and incomes in many areas. Trying to have innovations means to think smart using your spatial solutions is therefore a giant step at achieving the digitalization economy, which is at the core of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa's vision. Over the years, many quacks and unsuspecting land agents have found crude means of registering their land with plans other than the legally stipulated document. As a professional body, there is the need to enforce the standards and ethics governing the practice. There are many times the region is saddled with double sale of lands, dubious registration, and improper produced cadastral plans by surveyors. These fraudulent practices is a recipe for conflict in many areas and causing a lot of unrest in our already fragile communities. Punitive internal measures can be exerted on members not conforming to standards. It is a shame to sometimes realize many of our land issues are due to special measurements and wrong interpretation of different surveyors picking the same land. The New Land Act 2020 is another important step at harmonizing the existing laws governing land registration and explicit role of surveyors. I am convinced that if all stakeholders appraise and actualize the Act to the core, then we would be halfway through solving the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northern region abounds in rich hospitality and culture. I invite you to tour the rich and interesting tourism sites that we have here in the North and have all the fun and pleasure needed to unwind. Do enjoy the beautiful things of the region, the beautiful culture that abounds here, and also take advantage to invest in the Northern region. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and a wonderful time here in the Northern region as you go about your meeting. Thank you very much for the attention. May God bless us all and bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
I'm sure we can do better. Whilst it takes his seat, we're giving a lot of. Honorable Minister, we are very grateful for your welcome address. Thank you so. So without wasting much time, once again, we would invite so we are grateful and we hope to see you again before we leave Tamale. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As the Honorable Minister leaves us, please shall we rise and then bid him farewell. And as we stand, we shall still remain standing while we take our GHIS anthem. It's very necessary that we have it, please. So, anthem.
Thank you.
Now we will call on Xavier Robert Akman-Entry, fellow of the institution and chairman of the planning committee, to tell us why we are here. Shall we give him a round of applause?
Thank you, MC. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Alhaji Sule Daoud Mahama, the President of GHIS, Honorable Minister, though it's not around, distinguished guests, Nanema, present and past presidents of the institution, fellow professional participants, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you to 2003 annual seminar of the Land Surveyors Division of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors in this magnificent modern city hotel here in Tamale. This occasion presents a unique opportunity to share experiences and network with both new friends and old acquaintances. The theme, Smart Thinking, your special solution for Ghana's digitized economy, is appropriate in our time as it affords us the opportunity to offer our expert advice in support of Ghana's economic improvement. This year's seminar is special in several ways. It is particularly the first in the northern region, but the northern part of the country, and the presence of these high-profile dignitaries and speakers is a testimony that this Tamale event is indeed a special one. This seminar also promises to be a relaxed 4-day event, with carefully selected technical papers, and also offers visits to top tourist sites here in the northern part of the country. Fellow participants, this seminar is planned to enhance our practice as land surveyors, so relax and endeavor to make the most out of it. We are committed to making your stay here in Tamale a memorable one. So I entreat you to approach any member of the planning committee for assistance if there need be. Permit me to appreciate the chairman of the LSD and the executive members for doing everything possible to ensure that the seminar takes place here. We are also grateful to all our sponsors for this immense contribution towards this seminar. On behalf of the planning committee and on my own behalf, I wish you all a very pleasant and memorable 2023 seminar. Open up and enjoy Tamale. May Allah richly bless us all. Amareba. Thank you. Amaraba. Thank you.
A round of applause for Chairman. This shows that he was here since Sunday to make this meeting a success. So at least he started something, but he didn't add something. He didn't start with something. Despite, he didn't start with that one. Thank you. Right. So we would now, We will now call upon Surveyor Beatrice Combe to introduce the chairperson for the first session. If she's here, member of the institution. Shall we give her a round of applause? Yesterday, she celebrated her birthday, so it's a special occasion for her. A round of applause once again.
Thank you, MC. It is an honor to be called upon to introduce the chairperson for this August occasion. Our chairperson is known by all of us, and popularly he's called Alhaji Sule. He boasts nearly 4 decades of distinguished expertise in land administration. His illustrious career spans 38 years at the Lands Commission and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in Ghana. Notably, he has held pivotal roles, including the Chief Advisor on Land, Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, and Acting Chief Director in the ministry. Instrumental in the inception of the Ghana Land Administration Project, LAP 1, Alhaji Sule's contributions were paramount in securing funding and guiding the project's foundation over the years. Alhaji Sule's innovation shines through the creation of the acquisitions section and the manpower, training, and GIS unit, streamlining processes and bolstering manpower development. His extensive education encompasses an MBA, a Hubert Humphrey Fellowship, and a postgraduate diploma, augmented by comprehensive global training engagements. Alhaji Sule's passion for advancing land administration, particularly in Africa, is reflected in his commitment to supporting local government institutions, addressing capacity gaps, and fortifying traditional land authorities. Beyond his professional pursuits, Alhaji Sule remains actively engaged in philanthropic endeavors. As a devoted husband and father of 2, Alhaji's legacy is indelibly etched in the advancement of land administration and his artistic contributions. Fellow surveyors, you can all bear with me that our chairperson is one beyond recognition. With a loud of applause, shall we acknowledge our chairperson? In fact, he's also an August born surveyor, yes, like me. Surveyor Alhaji Dawood Sulemana Mahama. Our chairman, we are ready to hear from you. Thank you.
The Honorable Regional Minister, our distinguished chiefs, invited guests, senior members of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, colleagues surveyors. Just in accepting to be the chairman for this occasion would have been normally a very pleasant one. Pleasant in the sense that the very innovative way in which the division for the first time has brought us to Tamale would be a cause for celebration, where over guinea fowls, pito, shea butter, dawa rice, and all the goodies that you can get from the northern region, we will just have entertained ourselves, felt very good with each other for the 3-4 days we are together here. In fact, the theme, which is smart thinking, geospatial solutions for Ghana's digitalized economy, is quite remarkable. And remarkable in the sense that it gives us a lot of room for us to reflect as surveyors. As we sit here, when I listened to the regional minister, he was just showing how important we are in the national socio-economic development paradigm. This importance makes us to be seen quite easily. And I think I just want to emphasize this importance of us as surveyors. Maybe we do not seem to recognize this. In reminding ourselves, we have to also imagine how important land it is to our country. If we look at all the development strategies governments have adopted from the time of Gordon Gugginsberg up to the present, whether it is property owning democracy or it is democracy in development, whichever way you look at it, it focuses on key elements of the use of land and its natural resources. Let's go back and look at Kwame Nkrumah's Work and Happiness. Let us look at Dr. Buzia's Rural Development Program, at Champions Operation Feed Yourselves, Feed Your Industry, Rawlins's Economic Recovery Program, and later on Vision 2020. We look at Kufuor's GPRS 1, GPRS 2, Professor Mills's Better Ghana Agenda, and currently the development paradigm which the MPP has adopted, popularly known as a program for jobs and which one? Yeah, when you look at all these programs, they are all focused on the basic resources of this country, be it in infrastructure, be it in agriculture, be it in governance. You will tend to see all of them are founded on land. And if they are founded on land, we as the professionals who actually provide all the skills that relate to either surveying the land in its physical form, putting value to it, or costing whatever infrastructure that is put on it. So if we say that we are important within Ghana's economic paradigm, we are not far from the truth. It is in respect of this important role that the founding fathers of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors envisioned for itself a vision which states to be recognized as a professional institution that promotes development at all levels of surveying in the sub-region and beyond. And we have proudly captured this in our song. We have set ourselves as a mission to be committed to promoting the profession and the art and science of surveying for the benefit of members and the public. And we acknowledge that we want to promote lifelong learning, high standards of ethics and practice, as well as community involvement. To achieve this noble mission, our value systems encompasses integrity, ethical behavior, environmental sustainability, excellence, respect for the profession, and leadership. As we commence this smart thinking workshop, we should pause and reflect seriously on whether it is just mere slogans we have for ourselves, or it is words that we mean. This was brought home to me very forcefully when the executive committee, together with some senior members, surveyors, paid a courtesy call on the Chief Justice of Ghana just last week, Friday. And I must confess, I wore a very smart suit. By the time we left her presence after about an hour, my inner garments, my singlet, my shirt were totally wet. Wet from the heat in the very air-conditioned room in which we sat, because of what her view of surveying was. And her view represents that of the judiciary. Mind you, she is the fourth highest official in Ghana after the president, the vice president, the speaker of parliament. The chief justice is the highest professional. If she views surveying as not fit for purpose, then we must be in trouble. Some of her remarks was the poor image that surveyors present. It was as stuck as our practice is like the Asian stables, which we need to clean up. We need a Samson to clean it up. She acknowledged that it is a few bad nuts among us, just like you find in any organization, who are causing that type of trouble. But the court system uses surveyors as experts, but many do not turn up to give evidence, hence delaying adjudication. Practitioners allow their stamps to be used by non-professionals, and a lot of very unprofessional survey work is undertaken, which in the end leads to litigation, which clog the court system. Mind you, quite a substantial amount of the civil cases in the courts are dominated at the last count by about 70% of them being land litigation cases. Her worry was that a lot of judges were getting stressed by the repeated number of litigations, some of them having case loads of up to 1,000. And yet, as a society, we complain that the judges delay cases. When judgments are granted, our surveyors help people to change judgment plans from small pieces of land to thousands of acres of land. Valuation on one piece of property and the variation in the values is so huge. Similarly, there are construction disputes that come up, and two quantity surveyors may undertake a evaluation exercise, and the variation in their rates sometimes is more than 1,000%. Do we have any standards in our work? Land titles are not sacrosanct anymore. Land titles that are issued by the Lands Commission become the subject of frequent litigation and then sent back to court to go and clog up the system. In fact, the Lands Commission came up for particular attention and had this taste of the Lands Commission was very much on us. Having worked throughout my life in the Lands Commission, that was the beginning of my sweating, despite the air conditioning. Lands Commission was accused of false records keeping, lack of cooperation in court cases. A lot of the time, the Lands Commission lawyers do not turn up in court to help the judicial system deal with the matter. These were her concerns. So as surveyors, I think it was too much of a reality check, despite our view of ourselves as worthy of the society's trust. Our personal experiences also demonstrate poor quality of service. You ask a surveyor to perform a duty for you, and it takes forever. And because he's the expert, you are at his mercy or her mercy. And the end result is that you are not too happy with what comes out. High fee charges to society and the traditional authorities frighten them away from actually seeking our services. Then we turn around and say our services are not being used, but the quacks have taken over our practice. In the land titling system, we are supposed to be registering the title to the land, and therefore the basis of the survey that should be done is very, very accurate. Yet we have a lot of titles that have been registered with conflicting boundaries. How come? Where are the professional standards? Where is the supervision? As we sit here to talk about smart thinking, we should focus on smart solutions. We have charged ourselves through our vision, our mission, our values to be the best of the best. We cannot be saddled by the sort of impressions that the society has of us. In fact, when I was the executive secretary of the Lands Commission, I was hauled several times to the Jubilee House. In one or two cases, met the president, and his distaste for our work as Lands Commission and as surveyors was, it was actually illuminating. It was not also helped by the fact that the vice president had in several occasions complained about the quality of work that comes from us. If we dominate the Lands Commission and these complaints are being made, it is not to the Lands Commission, it is to us as surveyors. So as we go smart thinking, and looking for geospatial solutions for a digitalized world, I think we have to pause and then start having a very serious ethical conversation within the institution. We are not saying this to discourage you or to sort of put you down, but if we are going to be smart in our thinking, we should start with a cleanup of our act. It is not all of us, it is a minority. But we cannot also keep quiet and say that because a minority is doing this, we should keep quiet and just watch them destroy all of us and our image. We should be able to start smartly punishing wrongdoing, no matter the status of the perpetrators. Therefore, we are going to cooperate with the judiciary, LISAC, the Lands Commission, to suspend and disbar culprits that will come to our attention. It doesn't matter the number of years, your years of standing. Already, these conversations have started. We are going to establish and enforce practice standards. And therefore, this we will take very seriously. We are going to cooperate as an institution with the judiciary in post-litigation tracking, as well as tracking poor standard work for our surveyors. Because of this, we are going to provide the judiciary with our list of members of good standing so that work will be directed at them. And when you go and misbehave over there, we will deal with you. On this note, I think that I will just pause and say we are going to start the smart thinking now by declaring the seminar open.
Thank you very much, Surveyor President. So we would want to introduce our guests for all of us to know them. The minister has already been introduced. So I'll go ahead and introduce some of them, and the others will be done by the Honorary Secretary. So I would like to introduce LISAC President, Lancers Surveyor Samuel Labida Akon, President of the Lancers Surveyors Association. He's also a fellow of the institution. I would also like to introduce the Vice President of Federation of International Surveyors of FIG, in the person of Surveyor Kwame Tinedu Senior, fellow of the institution. The rest I will call on the Honorary Secretary to come and do that because I don't have that mandate. Please.
Good morning. Surveyor Chairman, members of the high table, revered chiefs, senior surveyors, and colleague surveyors. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce ESCO members and our past presidents. The president, who is also the chairman of this occasion, has already been introduced. Surveyor Dawood Suleimana Mahama is a fellow of the institution. The Senior Vice President, Surveyor Dr. Anthony Akwaji, is a land surveyor and also a lecturer at KNUST. Surveyor Kofi Obeng Ayiribi is the Vice President of the institution. He's a quantity surveyor and also the Global Vice Chair of ISEC, International Cost Engineering Council. So he's a very big man. Surveyor Peter Adomaku-Poku is the Honorary Treasurer. My name is Surveyor Kwame Obeng Ajina. I'm the Honorary Secretary. I'll go ahead and introduce the past presidents. Surveyor Kumbuna Alhaji Idrisu Abu is the senior most past president in our midst. Yes. Kumbuna's diploma number is 81. So I was looking at it and I was comparing it to my number. I said, hey, I don't know where I was. Okay. We also have Surveyor Jonathan Alote Abose. He's also a past president. I think his number should be 261 also. 267. Yes. 267. Then Surveyor Edwin Aduteria. Aduti. So these are the past presidents who are in our midst. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, let me introduce the divisional chairs as well. So I'll introduce the VES chair, Surveyor Emmanuel Kofi Kobold. And the QS chair, Surveyor Osei Ajumambedu. Thank you very much. As for LS, we are at your function. I'll be shocked if anybody doesn't know you, but on protocols, I will introduce him as well. Surveyor Isaac Labi is the QS chair. Hey, LS chair, you see, you don't want trouble. Maybe you have to go and do QS as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. There's one more important personality that we need to introduce. He is Chuguna Muhammadu Al-Hassan II, representing the paramount chief of Kugbena of the Kugbegu traditional area, Tamale, and his council of elders. And your MC is Surveyor Harry Nate Enim, Esquire, fellow of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. That's me. So thank you very much. We would continue with the rest of our program. We would I nearly caused a blunder. Xavier Jones Oforibuedu, Fellow of the institution. He is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, Corporate Services. And happy to be the senior most honorary secretary of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors. This is our senior. Senior, most welcome. Someone would give us a talk on the theme. So I have the privilege to give you a brief background about him. He is a distinguished Ghanaian politician with a remarkable career spanning education, professional expertise, and political engagement. As a member of parliament representing Ahafo North Southeast, he's been an active figure in Ghanaian politics, serving in the 7th and 8th parliaments of the 4th Republic. His journey showcases a commitment to education, professional excellence, and impactful governance. For his educational and professional achievements, he earned the following: Bachelor of Science degree in Geodetic Engineering, now Geomatic Engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, 1986. 2, postgraduate diploma in remote sensing from Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria in 1992. Master of Science in Geographic Information System from University College, London in 1995. He is affiliated to the following professional bodies. He is a fellow of the Land Surveying Division of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors. He is a member of the Federation of International Surveyors, member of the International Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing. He is also a member of the Land Surveyors Association of Ghana, LISAG, and a member and a patron of Ghana Geospatial Society, GGS. Political engagement and leadership. He actively participates in parliamentary affairs. He's been a majority member in the 6th Parliament and was re-elected in the 2020 general election. He's a member of these significant committees in Parliament, such as Judicial Committee, Mines and Energy Committee, and currently chairs the Lands and Forestry Committee. Personal identity and values. Apart from his professional pursuits, his identity as a Christian is evident through his involvement in the Catholic Church. He is also a dedicated family man, married with 5 children. On this final notes, I have the singular honor and privilege to introduce to you our August audience, Honorable Surveyor Francis Menu Adabo, Fellow of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, NAP, to give us a topic. The applause has caused my boot to fall. Honorable, we are inviting you to give us a talk on the theme. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, a round of applause for him once again.
Thank you very much for the nice words. Surveyor Chairman Alhaji Suleimana Mahama, GHIS President. Kumbunairi II, Surveyor Alhaji Idrisu Abu, Paramount Chief of Kumbungu Traditional Area and Special Guest of Honor. The man who trained me. The man the name I will always mention when I'm in trouble, when I'm happy, and anytime I meet dignitaries, I feel like mentioning Alhaji Abu. He was the longest serving director of surveys, and many of us were trained under his regime. Thank you very much. Shoguna Muhammadu Alassa II, representing Bupina, our revered chiefs, mayors of Tamale and Sanerigu, past president of GHIS, Deputy Executive Secretary of Lands Commission, Surveyor Jones Oforibuedu, past and present chairpersons of the Land Surveying Division of GHIS, Divisional Committee members of LSD, fellow land surveyors, invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen, both physically present and virtual. all protocols observed. I'm really excited and honored to address this meeting, which is dealing with key issues shared by organizations and governments, dealing with major natural resources and environmental challenges. I am indeed grateful to the organizers of the program for your decision to invite me to share my thoughts at this seminar. I trust that by the end of this delivery, I will have tried to review the importance of thinking smart, employing geospatial techniques in analyzing and managing our natural resources. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the forum, Thinking Smart, Geospatial Solutions for Ghana's Digitized Economy, is appropriate and timely. Ghana is at war and is confronted with dealing with various environmental issues, particularly the Galamsey menace. I therefore congratulate the organizers for choosing this topic that seeks to elaborate on how geospatial technology can help to address environmental and natural resources issues. We are surveyors dealing in spatial data capture and products, and therefore excited that many more users of such data cutting across several disciplines are here to chart the same course for national development. This team has come at a time when our airwaves are choked with the danger posed by illegal mining on our environment. And in addition to our ways of curbing this menace, I propose we apply geospatial technology as well. Sorry. The illegal, in this fight, everybody has a role to play. But I beg to say that the extent and exact positions where these are taking place is critical. As such, decisions to control disasters must be grounded on science and true data whilst thinking smartly. Geospatial technology is an essential component of natural resource management, as natural resources are directly affected by changes in the shape and extent of any proposed environmental disturbance. It provides the means to integrate diverse data sets based on their geospatial attributes, thus allowing for holistic analysis. It also makes it possible to observe remote and inaccessible places, thus making accurate and timely spatial distributed data sets readily available. We will therefore, as a country, benefit immensely if we allow such technologies to take the center stage of our national resource management. The illegal mining fight has been on for decades, and we cannot achieve better results if we do things the same way. There is now a need to combine geospatial techniques with other advocacies already in place to curb this menace. We need to deploy manned and unmanned spatial technology using drones, satellite imagery, LiDAR, and aerial flights to track down these damaging activities. Without spatial technology, it will be difficult to locate and quantify the extent of devastation on our natural resources. The good part of it is our ability to monitor the phenomenon in real time and obtain natural resources and obtain graphics covering the area. The use of geospatial technology or intelligence is by far the most efficient technology in mapping and will offer the country's inventory of resources cheaper and easier to manage. I'm also calling for a participatory mapping of these resources and a spatiotemporal analysis of same to show the annual rate of change, and a hot spot map depicting the potential risk that could affect sustainability in line with the SDG 12.2 on ensuring sustainable management and use of natural resources. If there are hotspot maps for inhabitants to see, they will appreciate the collective devastation that their anthropogenic activities will be causing. This emerging geospatial method provides rapid data and information for government to help in policy formulation for the planning and development of our natural resources base. It is not enough to say mining towns like Takwa, Obuasi, and Akwetia, or the Brim, Pra, Abu, and Ankobra rivers are being destroyed, but exactly where and the extent of devastation must be known. These distractions can be visualized from the products like maps from geospatial data. Mr. Chairman, I would like to highlight some few areas where geospatial intelligence can help. The analysis and impact of Galamsey and other disasters on our natural resources. Land reclamation. In many areas of our country today, surface mining and Galamsey operations have deteriorated large tracts of forests and farmlands, reducing a lot of agricultural productivity and generating other health problems. These affected areas have to be reclaimed for sustainable use. Reclamation of these lands will require a comprehensive analysis of surface area in terms of sizes and volumes. Apart from the large size of the land to deal with, some of the affected areas pose stress to using terrestrial and conventional techniques for survey analysis. This is where geospatial technology becomes very important. Analysis of crop yields. To the agriculturists, apart from the analysis of crop yields that have been affected or destroyed, there is the need to analyze the concentration of chemicals in the soil to determine which crops could be affected as a result of these illegal activities. Livelihood analysis. Many people, especially subsistence farmers, resident in the affected areas have their livelihood greatly dependent on the farming and vegetation activities. There is the need to do an in-depth analysis and assessment of the impact of the Galamsey operations and activities on the livelihood of these inhabitants. This analysis can be done combining geospatial technologies with the socio-economic data of the areas. Impact of the food security. In mining areas, water pollution and land degradation caused by the mining activities greatly affect agricultural productivity and food security in general. GIS and remote sensing tools can be used to analyze many aspects and dimensions of food security by combining several data sets. For instance, the utility and accessibility to the affected areas can be analyzed using these tools. Improved property analysis and valuation of degraded lands. The integration of data from digital imagery, both on the ground and from the air, has allowed for dramatic improvements in the analysis of agricultural and vegetation properties. Whether for use in agricultural appraisal, management, or investment, leveraging the recent advancement in digital imagery allows for a better understanding of the property's condition and history. The values of degraded land can be assessed and quantified together with other analysis. GIS is used to visualize, analyze, and administer land and property information, define acceptable use, conserve vulnerable landscape, and protect disadvantaged communities and indigenous people. Our hazard and risk management will help us prepare readily for disaster such as flooding, land degradation, etc. GIS is used to identify and assess natural hazards effectively. It is also used to identify areas prone to disasters and other environmental risk. It also generates maps that show the estimated extent of damage that may occur in the event of a disaster. But this GIS uses spatial data as inputs. Geospatial technology should help us work on proper drainage and slope maps to prepare base maps that will help development agents in land use and spatial planning to plan well to protect lives and property. These maps generated can help government departments, public agencies, and other institutions in charge of natural resource management to prepare, implement, and monitor development in their specific regions. Our water bodies are polluted each day, and the use of geospatial technology can help monitor these changing trends. This will help detect the potential dangers of water contamination that can affect health and the environment. Mr. Chairman, the Land Surveying Division, which I'm glad to be part, must pool all resources together to solve the many problems in Ghana viewed without the periscope of space and time. The induction of modern technologies of geospatial tools like remote sensing, GIS, GPS have provided very powerful methods of surveying, identifying, classifying, mapping, monitoring, and tracking changes in the composition, extent, and distribution of several forms of Earth resources, both renewable and non-renewable, living and non-living in nature. Geospatial information will therefore aid in identifying abundance of natural resources and sound management and utilization of these resources. I will also identify the impact of the extraction and exploitation of these resources on environmental health, and also help in making expedient and quick decisions for strategic planning and management of natural resources. I want to also draw our attention to the annual bushfires that ravage most of our farms during the Harmattan season. This is sometimes reported, but the majority of such occurrences are not even known. A lot of our farmers lose most or all of their investment for that cropping season with just one wild bushfire. I hope you recall the army worms infestation that ravaged several farms. You see how quickly and rapidly they move. Their destruction seems to be very terrible, and that affects our dear farmers greatly. We can go on and on with our natural resources and how they are lost in various ways. The farmers, the utility companies, and the government at large look up to the professionals to come up with tools and techniques to predict or measure these events and mitigate their effects in our society. How do we manage these events? You are surveyors, geospecialists, and I can confidently say I'm one of you. I know we have satellites moving over these locations and images are captured very frequently. We need to be ahead of these occurrences by using satellite images to give early warnings. We cannot rely on news before we look for ways to solve problems as geospatial experts. This brings me to an earlier webinar on advancing the role of geospatial cloud computing in Ghana's economy, society, and environment by a sister professional body within the geospatial field. Since time is of essence, when it comes to managing our resources, how quickly we are able to process and analyze these satellite images is of utmost importance. So how can I use my intelligence, knowledge in analyzing these images on a cloud computing platform to get a rapid resource? How can I get image data close to real time? Let us make the Galamsey and bushfire fights. Let us take the Galamsey and bushfire fights, for example. We can win these fights without introducing technology. If we can come in with the geospatial intelligent bit of it as land surveyors who work by thinking smartly, these fights will turn in our favor. Can we imagine we deploying the geospatial intelligence targeted in managing bushfires? Do you know how many lives and properties that will be saved through this very act? I have looked at your sister professional body, Ghana Geospatial Society, set up where they have the various scientific and technological working groups. I am sure that academia can join these working groups in solving the problems of our society. You must come up with tools that will target the various problems in managing our natural resources on a regional or national scale, and this will have a great impact on our economy. Over the past 2 decades, I have observed the rapid development within the geospatial sector with the aim of providing quality data to government for decision-making and improving the economy. I saw an attempt to develop and implement the NSDI through the NAFGIM with other data sharing platforms proposed. These interventions have led to the establishment of the GIS department in various governmental agencies, such as EPA, Ghana Water Resources Commission, and Lands Commission, among others. The utility service, such as Ghana Water Company and ECG, have been racing to specially capture their assets, identify problems, areas, and solve them. They have been working largely in silos with little or no data sharing. The Water Resource Commission, EPA, CSR, have been collecting environmental data and processing same to monitor and develop policies and programs to reverse the challenges facing them. They, however, largely process this data manually on their computers, whilst data and knowledge sharing is very minimal or non-existent. The Lands Commission is equally converting its legacy data into the geospatial format, whilst updating its business process to incorporate such data types. The telecommunication companies also started digitizing their legacy data and progressed to capture and manage this access in geospatial format. The academia has also been reviewing their programs over and over again to catch up with the rapid changing nature of the geospatial field. I know Asimovs are dying or they are still there. I know some of you have been actively involved in these activities. Can we start thinking about working together first with our sister professional bodies in the geospatial field, then other professionals? Knowledge and data sharing is the fastest way to move smartly in improving our economy. Can you then start looking at the various legislations and policies in regard to geospatial data management and the existing bottlenecks that hinder the progress of working smartly? Here, if you think you need my assistance, come let us create a platform of collaboration with all stakeholders. I can use my office as the chair of the Lands and Forestry Committee to assist you. I want you to come to the legislature where you can introduce these tools to us for our advocacy. Every year, during media reviews and annual reports of institutions like the Forestry Commission, I stress the need for spatial data covering their activities. You must see maps of new plantations and forest degradations at short intervals for comparison. We are into 3 planting programs, but all reports just give us numbers of trees planted and no maps to show. Together, let us work with the various ministries, agencies, and all other relevant bodies in managing our resources. Furthermore, the use of satellite imageries in our national development cannot be overemphasized. I will also plead with the government to assist our institutions to acquire satellite data that can provide the country with 24-hour repetitive information. This will ensure timely provision of specially referenced information, which to a large extent will provide data on galamsey activities, ensure good data for environmental variables and other information that may even help in our weather forecast for agricultural and other purposes. I therefore recommend that GIS, geospatial intelligence, form core of many academic curricula in most programs in our land and natural resources. Ministries, departments, and agencies in charge of natural resource management should set up GIS remote sensing units that can help in the policymakers to make informed decisions. There is the need to organize programs for policymakers to sensitize them on the importance of geospatial intelligence and its impact on natural resource management. Conclusion. The current way of acquiring and processing data will largely change in the next decade. As you can see, increasingly, every data collected is acquiring the geospatial dimension, where every data points to some location due to the extensive deployment of global navigation systems, embedded technologies in mobile phones and other gadgets. Very soon, satellite images will no longer be downloaded and processed through conventional remote sensing softwares. There will not be the need to acquire very high-end processing capacity computers for the task of processing these data. Cloud computing is already being used and will rapidly become the norm for data processing and analysis. There will be a large dependence on machine learning, artificial intelligence. Chairman Woon to me is saying now the science and data has changed to artificial intelligence to analyze and predict future events on a regional, national, continental, and global scale. You must remember that every time data is exchanged, economic value is added when it is processed and money is made. Partnership between people and organizations will increase tremendously Organizations with certain technologies, hardware, will leverage the location advantages of others to grow very fast and make economic gains out of it. Governments and organizations will have challenges adapting to these changes and even regulating them, since the change will be faster than the formulation of policies. That is where we need to act fast to protect the space and practice, and a lot of collaboration is needed. Yesterday in our airwaves, we heard UN saying Lands Commission is the most corrupt institution in Ghana. I had a chance to talk to many FM stations, and I told them Lands Commission cannot be corrupt because their fees and charges are approved in Parliament. So if an agent comes to you to charge you because you don't have time to follow your documents, you don't surcharge Lands Commission for more practices. So many FM stations called me, and I will keep fighting for Lands Commission. But if you are a corporate, please change. My committee will surely invite the minister and the Lands Commission and all the people that matter to come and defend that particular statement from the United Nations. I wish you well in this 2023 Land Surveying Seminar. God bless GHIS, God bless LSD, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
All right, now a round of applause for Honorable. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Just by way of response, we would call on the LSD chair, Surveyor Isaac Labi, to give us a statement. A round of applause for him, so. Right.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests of honor, Nanima, our Reverend Chiefs, fellow surveyors, media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We are grateful to God Almighty for keeping us all alive since the last time we physically met last year as land surveyors, and for that matter, geomatic professionals at our 2022 annual seminar in Sunyani. How time flies and how gratifying it is to still be away from the traditional Accra and for the first time happening live in Tamale. The choice of Tamale couldn't have been chosen at any other time, since we have two of our profound leaders in the land surveying and mapping fraternity coming from this noble region. His Royal Highness Kumbuna Yiri II, Na Alaji Idrisu Abu, Chief of Kumbugu Traditional Area, who happens to be the longest serving past director of service and still serves in several committees in the land value chain of Ghana. Then we have our Tibun Lana Na Abukari Abdullahi, Chief of Tibun, current Director of Service. Please turn an applause for the two of them. This place is therefore a homecoming for all the rising surveyors. It is therefore my greatest pleasure to extend my warmest welcome, Maraba, to you all at this August occasion. Last year, our team explored coordinated implementation and management of local plans for socio-economic development. We underscore the need for surveyors and planners to collaborate to have planning schemes and well implemented on the ground. The many developmental changes are due to lack of or no planning schemes in most areas, and where they exist are poorly executed on the land. Ghana's digitalization drive has become the bedrock of many developmental needs in the economy. A time for geomatic professionals to think outside the box, be innovative, and explore smart ways of integrating into the digital space of this economy cannot be overemphasized. Fortunately, Mr. Chairman, Honorable, and participants, the survey and mapping profession in Ghana fully identifies with the aspirations of the government under the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization to bring developments closer to the people. Here comes the geospatial component of the whole digitalization agenda, where development and the people are defined by their locations as well as their attributes. Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants, this year's seminar with the theme Smart Thinking, Geospatial Solutions for Ghana's Digitalized Economy has become very necessary and timely to enlighten participants and the nation as a whole. The government agenda that indicates policy objectives spelled out in the coordinated program include the following: improve ICT infrastructure in rural areas, mitigate the impacts of climate variability and change, and ensure adequate digital capability to support production and use of ICTs for development. It can be noticed that it is only smart thinking that will cause you to acknowledge that these policies require the geospatial attributes to make it complete. Fellow participants, we have sacrificed our time, energy, mind, and valued money to participate in this seminar. So let's make everything to get the most out of it, to enrich our profession, to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in every government agenda. I sincerely want to thank the Seminar Planning Committee chaired by Surveyor Robert Hackman Entry and his Deputy Surveyor Professor Larry, Vice Chairman. And then I also personally want to thank 3 committees. Firstly, the Sponsorship Committee for securing sponsorship for this program. And then I also want to thank the IT Committee for a good work done. And finally, want to thank the Transport Committee for bringing us all this. Please, a round of applause for all of them, please. A round of applause for all of them. I want to thank all of them for their sacrifice, commitment, and love displayed in organizing this physical seminar conference away from Accra. I say a very big thank you. Finally, but not the least, I wish to humbly emphasize that geomatic professionals should not allow any situation to undermine our credibility and efforts, but rather play our proper and important roles in any policy development agenda. I wish us all a very successful Land Surveying Division 2023 seminar celebration. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you, LS Chair. A round of applause for him once again. Thank you very much. 2 of our own actually be to also attend another function somewhere. So we'll give them opportunity, 3 minutes each, to give us fraternal messages. First, we'll start with VES Chair to give us fraternal message. Savia Kofi Kobold, Fellow of the institution.
Thank you very much. And since it's 3 minutes, I'll stand on the protocols already established. And I bring you greetings from the Evaluation Estate Surveying Division. You know it's a premier division. Want to also congratulate you on the theme, Smart Thinking. But there's a LSS, a very good friend. So when he says smart thinking, I have to look at him again, knowing him, to understand what it means by smart thinking. But I think Honorable has explained it very well. So now I have a better view of what it means by smart thinking. Einstein said that you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. And therefore, this conference is a challenge that we cannot live here with the same mindset, because almost every speaker has alluded to the challenges we face in our land sector. And therefore, if your theme is smart thinking, then we believe that you live here better equipped and well-equipped and empowered to do better than we ever have, so that the next conference, we can all gather and pat our backs. We also want to congratulate you for bringing the seminar all the way to Tamale. I know you are copying, but you have done well. For the past 10 years, VS have moved all over the countries. We've been in almost every place we go. LS will follow. But it's not only, by bringing the seminars across the regions in Ghana, we are also bringing the visibility of the profession to the doorstep of users. And so it is something that the divisional chairs are pleading with the governing council to even sponsor part of the seminars, because we are doing what the institution should be doing. And so it's our humble plea, so we are president. We also give opportunity to some surveyors who never travel outside Accra to be compelled to travel. In fact, this morning on the flight, a senior colleague said that this is my first time in Tamale, and he's about 60 years old. I'm not looking to the audience because he's looking at me. Thank you very much. And we also want to applaud you because VS had planned into it to come to Tamale with our conference. But unfortunately, because of COVID, we have to hold it on. And we have seen what you are doing here. And we are very excited and happy to see what you are doing here. But before I take my seat, when we should have been in a meeting representing the institution, but I have to be here today. And the group that was coming with asked me for one evidence that if I come, I should see if Surveyor Aka is here. And if it is here, if he's here, I should take a picture of him and Surveyor President so that seeing is believing. So Surveyor President, before I take my seat, I want to invite Surveyor Aka and your good staff and take a picture with them if he's here. Is Surveyor Aka here? Okay. So on this note, I sit and I'll go back with the evidence. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll now invite the QS chair, Surveyor Ajumabedu, fellow of the institution. A round of applause for you, please. I hope we are not taking evidence.
Thank you very much. I think because of time considerations, I also stand on the protocols. On this occasion of the annual seminar of the Land Surveying Division of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, it gives me much pleasure to extend to you warm fraternal greetings, congratulations, and best wishes from the Quantity Surveying Division. As related professionals on whose data we rely a lot in the work we do, we are indeed gratified by your recognition of us through the invitation and the opportunity to be part of this seminar. The theme for the seminar: Smart Thinking, Geospatial Solutions for Ghana's Digitalized Economy, is of great interest and apt under the present development stage of our country's economy. The Land Surveying Division has achieved professional growth and successes over the years and been impactful due to the efforts of pioneering sacrificial roles of our forebears. It is therefore admirable that the current leadership of the division, with still determination and selflessness, continue to make significant organizational and administrative strides towards the advancement of the practice. In introducing smart thinking in our professional delivery, let us ask ourselves the questions below. How has our professional services over the years impacted society? As land surveying professionals dealing with land matters, how are we perceived in the eyes of clients and the ordinary Ghanaian? In answering these questions, it is important to balance the socioeconomic demands on us as professionals and adherence to ethical values. Integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality and professional behavior are the key ingredients that will give meaning to impactful professional delivery under smart thinking. In conclusion, I wish to congratulate once again the Land Surveying Division on the occasion of this seminar, and it is my hope and expectation that new frontiers and resolutions will emerge that will create an appropriate platform for the desired growth and advancement of the surveying profession. On behalf of the Keyword Division and on my own behalf, I wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, QS. We know you've been sitting for long. We had a taste of, traditional rulers, their culture. We witnessed it. Now we want to have rise and, stretch your legs more and see what they are bringing to us. Even as we welcome the cultural troupe to entertain us for like 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Standard na, standard na, standard na. Dalio tena pura tal. Dalio tena pura tal. Tena pura tal. Kumbuna sanzut. Kumbuna sanzure. Kumbuna damazure. Kumbuna damazure. Kache warba. Tambala tamamyo tabanya bensa. Tikwe bay tamam kabanya bensa. Tantalaganyare. Entaple salapa and bomboye. Kache warba. Warwiye. Tambala nae ngamasachi. Tambala tamamyo ngamasachi. No Lord upon no ben no kasaye langar pobre. Tambala tamamyo ngamasachi. Which I am doing. No one, Nathan so. Tambala tamamyo ngamasachi. Warrior. Why, Bologna way. Anaya, Namasachi. Anaya, Kapaga, which I Bologna way. Kapaga would go on in your way. Woman love Bacasio. I'm Bumbo.
Oh, wow. A round of applause for them.
Distinguished guests, we come to a time where we will need to take the speech of our keynote speaker. And I have the privilege to introduce our keynote speaker. He is a professor of public policy and management and is currently the foundation chancellor of the SD University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, UBITS in WA. He previously served as a deputy rector for 6 years at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. Prior to that, he also served as the first dean of the GIMPA School of Public Service and Governance. He was admitted to the bachelor's degree in political science at the University of Ghana in 1990. Obtained an economics in development administration and management at the University of Manchester in 1992. He earned his PhD in risk in government in 1998 at the University of Strathclyde, specializing on public policy and management. He was Commonwealth Academic Fellow in 2005 and an academic entrepreneur who put his skills to use in helping to establish the first PhD program in public policy and governance at GIMPA. He has similarly worked with a team to establish a school of law as the SD Dombo University. He has published and co-edited books and journals in public administration theory and praxis, and in social and economic studies. Several articles in high-quality academic journals, book chapters, conference papers, and technical reports. He has won several research grants and provided advisory services to the government of Ghana, the government of Jamaica, government of St. Kitts and Nevis in the areas of public sector reform, local government, and disaster risk policy and management. He worked with the University of the West Indies for 15 years, during which period he had opportunities to work with Commonwealth Caribbean cabinet secretaries in the new, in how the new public management reforms has impacted. Sorry, I'll take that again. He worked with the University of West Indies for 15 years, during which period he had opportunities to work with Commonwealth Caribbean cabinet secretaries in how the new public management reforms had affected the careers of permanent secretaries, chief directors, through the instrumentalities of support from UNICEF, UNDP, CEDA, Commonwealth of Learning, Commonwealth Secretariat in London, and the EU. He offered research and hands-on support to public services through the European management consulting firms such as BMB, Acadis, and Particip GmbH. One of his most exciting advisory assignments was the mapping of water resources in the limestone region of the Manchester Parish in Jamaica in 2007 using GIS ARC mapping, a project which has shaped his of the use and need for geospatial information and data in national development. I am pleased to introduce to you Professor Philip Duku Osei, PhD.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Chairman. The chairperson, the Honorable Minister for the region, special guests of honor, distinguished surveyor of repute, and overlord of Kumbungu. Revered chiefs, president of GHIS, LSD chairman, deputy executive secretary of Lands Commission, distinguished land surveyors, and sister professional bodies present, invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. I am very humbled and excited at the same time to be invited to give the keynote speech in this landmark seminar to be held within the northern part of the country by land surveyors. Sitting through this seminar so far, I have started appreciating the work of the Land Surveying Division of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. The theme of smart thinking and spatial solutions for Ghana's digitized economy encapsulates an of utilizing advanced technologies and spatial data to drive innovation and growth in Ghana's economy. As the world continues to become very interconnected and digitized, it becomes imperative for countries like ours to leverage these advancements and promote development. It is therefore not out of place to see government moving towards digitization to ensure that Ghana is not left out of this space. The topic itself conjures an idea of working together, and is a reason why I am arguing this afternoon that the surveying fraternity would need to develop skills towards a multidisciplinary understanding of development problems and help resolve them with the tool of knowledge and skills that they have acquired in their training so far. Everywhere you turn, the term smart is attached to something, and a whole lot of things are being developed with the intention of making them smart. This forward progress has led to the creation of these smart items, and together creates real possibility of making many of life's tasks and skills, normal operations, more automated. The traditional rudimentary methods used by surveyors have taken a new turn, using much more modern methods. Previous surveying, mapping, and record-keeping systems were sufficient for needs of the period. However, these historical data points were nearly impossible to place into a single database simply because of one factor, georeferencing. The land surveyor has the unique responsibility of being recognized as expert measurer and locator of physical points on the ground in relation to property and boundary rights. It is because of this distinctive role within the community that the surveyor can perform a significant role in the development of the groundwork for smart city and boundary description. Many surveyors will make the argument that their profession has been ahead of the game for many years now, with their data collection processes having been transformed from notes in a field book to electronic devices. Digital data, however, isn't necessarily smart data, as many factors go into establishing the difference. While conventional measurement methods are still used, including steel tapes, laser-based total stations, and GNSS receivers, more types of sensors are being introduced to enhance the accuracy and expand the volume of data points being collected. So, Chairman, let me state that by harnessing the power of the geospatial information, Ghana can create smart solutions that address various challenges and contribute to the country's digital transformation. As land surveyors, you are already taking the lead in mapping processes and the requisite maps and plans needed for this takeoff. Furthermore, smart thinking, geospatial solutions can have a significant impact in urban planning and infrastructure development. By analyzing geospatial data, authorities can identify suitable locations for new infrastructure projects, optimize transportation networks, utilities, water, electricity, gas, telecommunications, etc., and plan for sustainable urban growth. This can lead to optimize resource allocation, reduce congestion, and improve quality of life for citizens. The role of geospatial technologies in economic development also lies in the fact that improvements that result from economic development processes must not only be structural, but also spatial. Thus, transformations in income, unemployment, social structures of the country must be accompanied by spatial changes, including location of economic activities, distribution of population, and decentralization of government and private services. This transformation requires making appropriate spatial decisions, which cannot be made without spatial data and spatial tools. Maps are not just driving apps at the moment. They are driving economies too. Land surveyors must make accessible thematic maps for national discourse. It must not only be limited to cadastral plans. The issue of maps is a third world problem, with many educated who can hardly read and understand maps. Smart surveyors must think outside the box and begin to work on suitability maps that adapts to changing times in the financial, tourism, utilities, and recreational areas. The recent Ghana population and housing census utilized these interactive maps to ensure no household structure was missing during the census. The issue of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity is of interest to me, in the sense that smart thinking means that our teaming land surveyors would not be unemployed because they can produce cadastral maps, but would explore avenues of using geospatial technology to solve complex and common problems. We are advocating for a multidisciplinary land surveyor, one who understands the other disciplines and the challenges and the ability to work with other professions to create the national development that we have all been looking for. There are many ways in which special technologies have been adapted. And I was happy when the previous speakers went through the many ways in which we can develop geospatial technologies and make them useful and valuable for national development. At the moment, there is the need for reliable geospatial data, and the policy process has been in place for quite a while. We are societies and other participants into the distribution of needs and ways in which they can help us optimize our planning and we look forward as surveyors to participating in this all-important process to make the achievable. The surveyors started from the 1960s with mapping, 1800s, yes. And from the 1960s, your association have endeavored to create maps working with the entire country covered on 1:50,000, while for towns, we have 1:2,500. But we need to be intentional about having digital maps across the country. This would help bring more jobs to our teaming youth as they use their phones in mapping. The example of crowd mapping is evident in other countries that would, at the long run, help to have data on every infrastructure. I have mentioned my experience in the Caribbean when I was granted an opportunity to do this assignment on behalf of a district, that was perennially in need of water because of its geophysical location. And this was a limestone region. And for me, a policy student, it was a great opportunity for me to meet other experts, including hydrologists, GIS cartographers, economists, to examine the issues of water shortage within the Manchester parish, a very affluent parish, where the Bintus, as we call them in Ghana, will normally settle. A location like the Eburi area is a hilly area, yet a limestone area, but with great difficulty. As we know from the geography that we studied, such areas of limestone do not normally have surface water or rivers. They do have underground rivers rather. And the challenge then to the government was the ability to find out whether there are commercial quantities of water to be extracted from that region to supply the people of the region. So it was so very exciting to have been asked to lead this project and to go or comb through the entire region and find out where the springs are, where the underground lakes are, where the underground rivers are, and to be able to work with the quantity surveyors to generate the calculations that should go into the laying of pipes, adequate pipes to map and also to extract this water for use. So then, that singular experience was so very useful to me, not only as a singular person, but also for my university and my institute. And it helped significantly. And by narrating this, I am just trying to underscore that the need to work with other professionals in developing solutions is what we are now looking for in the country. Working in silos and providing solutions singularly at times cannot meet the developmental needs of a region, of a district. But by working together in policy communities, you are able to make that distinctive mark that the surveyor, because of his or her specialist training, is able to bring to the table. So what I am saying is that I am encouraging the surveyor, the professional, to go beyond his or her discipline and to ensure that after the cadastral map, you still have added value to contribute to the development of your district or your region. There is also a very important aspect of your work, which has been so dear to you, and I was happy to have come across it. The construction of a national geospatial data infrastructure. What has happened to the policy? So as a policy student, I sat down and did this small analysis, what you call an analysis of critical incidents. You will find out that the need for such a platform has existed from 1978, according to the history that I have read. And policy development has been very slow. Not until 2013 that a certain policy framework was developed. And the Geodetic Reference Network policy was created in 2014. All these adding to the need for a central platform. The Land Administration Act, as has been implemented so far, has also added many other dimensions and identified the benefit of combining the draft NSDI policy with survey and mapping policy and the National Geodetic Reference Network into a national geospatial policy. So some of these facets have been developed and they are operating more or less in silos, and you are not achieving the national database that is required and that which will add value to the thinking and the development of further policies whilst the nation itself engages in additional and further digitization. The essence is to avoid costly duplications while you have advocated for the need for an NSDI to be developed for Ghana. So the way I look at the policy also helped me to understand the challenges in the sense that the stakeholders to this development are many and varied. And the list of various governmental agencies have been supplemented with traditional authorities, civil society, the judiciary, NGOs, and the media. Primary ownership must be one of the reasons why the policy approval has delayed. The policy must have a champion, a policy entrepreneur with enough political gravitas to push and get a cabinet approval and also secure the necessary budgetary support and the organizational backing to organize the human resource elements that is required in gathering the necessary talent to build this all-important national geospatial data infrastructure. I have been trying to follow up and find out where the decision process is at the moment. And I realize it is still at the Cabinet Office. Basically, my argument is that there should be a champion without which you will never get that passed because of the participation of so many agencies in creating that singular platform that will be required by the government of Ghana. And the analysis also shows that it is not just important locating the NSDI in the office of the president. It is required for purposes of policy implementation to have an organizational structure housed by persons of diverse backgrounds, the kind of interdisciplinarity that I am talking about, to be able to create the capacities for building and for supervising and sharing the data appropriately to support Ghana's development. So it is of utmost importance, and I think that the institution of surveyors will throw their weights into looking for that policy champion. And I am sure that it will be possible to create or get that person who will lead the process and give us what is required for national development. At the moment, if we look at the northern part of Ghana, the university that is creating your next generation of surveyors is the SD Dombo University. we are offering a land surveying and other disciplines. Yes, whilst we are poor with physical infrastructure, you have a lot of brains, some of who are among you. Your president actually also visited our campus to see the program and meet some students. And it was heartwarming to have that kind of visitation. Our argument is that for you to develop your next generation of students or graduates who will fill your shoes eventually, that department will need substantial support in terms of acquiring the necessary laboratory equipment and setting up appropriately, also to participate in and join in the creation of the geospatial data that we have been fighting for. And it is important that I highlight this to the community because we know you are able to support such courses and make a difference in the lives of students. So, what is the argument this afternoon? The argument is that the surveyor is well placed. The knowledge that you have acquired, the new trainings that you have undergone have equipped you significantly to deliver beyond the production of cadastral maps. And of course, the local problems that were highlighted by one of the chairmen, I know you'll be able to overcome them as quickly. But it is incumbent upon the institution to now go beyond their disciplines and move towards joint collaborative work. The kind of excellent public services that some of you are delivering or rendering will go even further when value is created through your joint work. Smart thinking does not reside in silos. It resides in joint work and pooling together of minds to be able to resolve important national issues, including disaster risk reduction, which seems not to have the necessary attention as far as this northern part is concerned. It rains a little and places are flooded and roofs are raised and all that. We need that joint work. So collaborative governance is very important to our cause in adding the necessary additional value to the work you do. And in summary, I would like to say that smart thinking, geospatial solutions for Ghana's digital economy emphasizes the crucial role the surveyor must play through embracing innovative technologies in order to drive sustainable growth and development. By leveraging the power of geospatial data, we need to extend into areas of short-term capacity development, not only for the membership, but also for those who are being trained in the schools in the areas of natural resource management and land surveying, so that they will be fully prepared for the career when the time comes. I have no doubt that the discussion at this seminar will lead to smart approaches towards the digitization drive of the economy. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. God bless the DHIS. God bless the Northern Ghana. And God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
I think we should do it better for our keynote speaker. Prof, we are so grateful to you. Thank you very much for your thought-provoking address. At this juncture, we've reached the crescendo of our gathering this afternoon. Therefore, I will hand over to the president and chairman of this occasion to take us through. Yes.
Standing on existing protocol, we've got to a key point in our program where we are going to acknowledge a very significant person whose contribution to the survey profession cannot be gainsaid. As paramount chief of the Kobungo traditional area since 1995, he has been a very key feature in the development and peace within the Dagong traditional area. A distinguished Ghanaian patriot and a surveyor extraordinaire. He has mentored, tutored, and raised seasoned land surveyors spanning decades of a career well endowed with experience and which has been impacted to many of us. He joined the survey department in 1968 and retired in 2002. Despite 21 years after he left the service, after almost 34 years in the service, he rose through the ranks to head the survey department as a director of surveys from 1982 to 2002, the longest serving director of surveys till present. And we wonder whether anybody can break that record in this country. This is a personality who has not shunned education. His specialization has been in photogrammetric engineering, and he has also qualifications in physics and mathematics from the University of Ghana and a postgraduate diploma in land surveying and geodetic engineering from the KNUST. As a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, he was the past president in the 1988-89 session of council. And I am very proud to say that he was the one who handed me my certificate as a member in 1988. He has served on numerous boards, notably the Lands Commission, University of Development Studies, Bank, the SY Bank for Housing and Construction, Constitutional Review Committee for the 1992 Constitution, and he has represented the the National House of Chiefs in several capacities. He has many papers to his credit and presented this at technical conferences of repute, both locally and internationally. In 2011, he was honored with a membership of the Order of Volta, MV. His CV actually is a total book we cannot read. My personal recognition of this personality was in 1996 as a young regional lands officer in the Lands Commission. I was suddenly removed from office, a very traumatic period in my career. Then, as director of surveys, he just called me to his office, placed his hands on me, and told me, patience, patience, patience. Have faith in yourself, and you will go across all heights. With that patience, I became a technical director at the ministry, which actually had removed me from office. I became a chief director there, and eventually became executive secretary of the Lands Commission. Patience can move mountains. And without his wise words, in my anger, I will have quit land administration way back in 1966. This is the person we are honoring today. 96, I'm sorry. 66. Hey, so at this juncture, we will have the honor to ask Honorable Menu Adaboy, one of our own, member of Parliament for Ahafuano, Southeast, and a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, to read the citation prior to our handing it over to our distinguished special guest.
Land Surveying Division, Ghana Institution of Surveyors. Citation in honor of His Royal Highness Kumbu Nairi II, Surveyor Na Alaji Idrisu Abu, fellow Ghana Institution of Surveyors and PP. This citation celebrates the exceptional accomplishment of His Royal Highness Kumbu Nairi II, Surveyor Na Alaji Idrisu Abu, in the domains of land surveying, cartography, and land administration within Ghana, having commenced your journey in the then Survey Department, now Survey and Mapping Division of the Lands Commission in 1968. You ascended to the distinguished position of Director of Surveys, a role you held until your retirement in 2002. As a visionary leader, you exhibited a profound commitment to advancing the discipline, recognizing the pivotal role of human capacity development. You championed the pursuit of higher qualifications among departmental personnel, fostering a culture of continuous learning and professional growth. Beyond your national contributions, His Royal Highness Kumbu Nairi II, you played an integral role on the international stage, affiliating with esteemed organizations such as the Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, ISPRS, and the International Federation of Surveyors, FIG. These affiliations facilitated the exchange of knowledge and expertise, resulting in significant advancement in cartography, land surveying, and land administration, both within Ghana and globally. Your active participation and presentation on these platforms enrich the collective understanding of these fields. Furthermore, His Royal Highness Kumbu Nayiri II, you joined the Ghana Institution of Surveyors in 1980 and played key roles in moving the institution forward. Your legacy encompasses a pivotal tenure of president from 1987 to 1988. During this transformative period, your leadership guided the institution through challenges, fostering unity among its divisions and propelling its growth. Your influence attracted new members, particularly within the realms of land surveying division, elevating the institution's prominence and impact. The Land Surveying Division of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors commends you, His Royal Highness Kumbu Nayiri II, for your unwavering dedication, exemplary leadership, and significant contribution. Your indelible mark on the profession endures, resonating through the enhanced capabilities of professionals and the broader field of land surveying, cartography, and land administration. Your commitment to excellence and ability to inspire and mentor have established you as a revered figure, embodying the very essence of a visionary leader and champion. Congratulations, Your Royal Highness.
May we take the opportunity to invite the past presidents and the past chairman of LSD to join us to do the awards. Some of you might not know the past chairman of LSD, the past presidents. If you are in place, may you join us. And the current executive of LSD, please join.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So first of all, when I look around us here, I see familiar faces, old faces, co-workers, friends, and employees, former employees. I did not know that what I was doing meant anything to anybody. But I was doing my best to make sure that Ghana receive all this it deserves, and that the survey division, survey department, and surveyors, land surveyors of this country got the knowledge they needed to lead the nation in its development. So the GEM project, which was the project for environmental resource management, were not included. One hazard was the World Bank representative for this project. It happened to be the Surveyor General of the, what is it?
one of these African countries. He came to my office while we were discussing. He said he wanted to take our 1 in 50,000 series overseas to make copies to bring to develop Ghana. I told him, no, we will release them. We're going to give work to other people. We're going to give the loan Ghana is taking to go and give to other people, and at the same time use our own material to come back and give to us. Then you want the whole thing to be digitized. So I'm saying that you have to train my people, then they will do the digitization and scanning. He said, no, it was not provided in the thing. I said, well, don't provide it. And because he was a surveyor, he agreed. And that's the 1 in 50,000 series never went out. So there was, they sort of provided for 2 professionals, 2 technicals to be trained in Canada. And each training was to take 2 years at a cost I thought was very exorbitant. I said, no, we want to go and train in Britain. And I'm choosing 1 year master's course. So the 2 years, instead of 4 professionals, we'll get 8 professionals. And instead of 4 technicians, we'll get 8. So with the same amount. And see anything more, because those who benefited, I see them around me here. They are now the leaders in the profession. Only one of them ran away, but the rest stayed. And finally, there's one who went, but I would call it runaway. He went to politics, and he's doing well for the profession. So I will call it the smart thinking at that time. And so it resulted in very highly qualified professionals in survey department, who were the envy of all the other departments, because we had the highest qualified personnel in the ministries. So I'm very happy that God inspired me to take the stand I took, and today we've seen the results. They trained this personnel, they came back home, and we scanned, digitized our own stuff. We even went on to have CD maps. And the Ordnance Surveyors of Britain sent somebody to come and find out whether we really have advanced that far. Happy to say that he met Mr. Adabo in the office, and he realized that we did have the expertise. And he was wondering how we got so fast and so in such a short time, because we had the manpower. Excuse me. We had the manpower, we had the personnel, but we didn't have the funds. And when the funds were made available, we made best use of it, and we arrived at where we are at. And now, I'm happy to say that I don't regret it at all. And if I have done anything that has meant something in the progress of the institution, I'm happy to acknowledge that I did play my part. It's not one-way job. If you don't have the necessary manpower to support you, you can't do anything. Alone, you can do nothing. But together, we can do everything professionally. When you put your ideas, I bring mine, it will be more than one man's ideas. Mr. Akwa is here. He was a specialist in the instrumentation and repair and maintenance. We sent him out to study. And he came back and he was the chief engineer maintaining the photogrammetric and geodetic instruments. I do hope that secretary is still doing that. Because without that, your instruments will all wear out in no time. But I didn't mean to make a speech. I just want to thank you for this honor done me. I still don't know why. There are so many of you who are qualified to be honored, and yet you choose to honor me. I'm grateful on behalf of the people of Dagba, not only on my own behalf, the chiefs and people of Dagba, and particularly the Yana, the overall and king of Dagba. I say thank you for this award. We'll revere it, and it will set as a testimony of what my colleague workers think of me, and I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's good.
My pleasure to demonstrate by some little token to some of you for coming here, for always remembering me. I also remember you all the time, but the human makes me unable to give everybody. So I will start by giving a few of you. Okay. I wonder whether it can go. Take your spectacles, or otherwise. Yeah. Well, being Opoku.
Your hands, Mr. Jonathan. Edwin Ado Syria. Someone loudly. Yes. Yeah. That's right. You are the first I trained at master's level. Like, you know. But he taught me some sense. I decided I'd never train one man. So train two at a time. Or the quality, you know. The royal son. The prince. The prince. When you're blue. Yo, very good. He was born here. Yes. Oh, okay. Excess will be well, Anna.
All right. You pick your motor. Now we have 3 more things to do. Then we are done. 5 minutes for one of the sponsors, and then sponsorship for then we're done. Then we give your foot. Okay, we would. Xavier Maxwell also answer here. Please come and tie with the sponsor. He's one of the platinum sponsors, and he has to share something with us within 5 minutes. After which we have message from Lands Commission, LISAC, and FIG. Because we have FIG coming next month, so they need to tell us something. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to use a phrase that I've heard here a few times. I want to stand on the protocols earlier observed. My name is Maxwell Ousuansa. I represent Leica Geosystems. You are shaking your head. I represent Leica Geosystems as the regional manager for Ghana, Nigeria, and a couple of other West African countries. We are here and very pleased to be a part of this program, to be a platinum sponsor. And as such, we just wanted to share a few thoughts of what we do and see how we can collaborate. I think one of the key words that have come up in this, the speeches that I've heard is collaboration. And it is not only between surveyor and surveyor, but also between surveyor and technology providers. And in our case, as Leica Geosystems, we pride ourselves with being one of the leading, we are moderate, one of the leading technology providers in our industry, in the geospatial industry. For a year and a half now, Leica Geosystems has been present in Ghana under the name DDSA, part of Hexagon. We are part of a certain global company called Hexagon that puts technologies together. And Leica is the core of this group. We are based in Accra at the Snake Emporium on the ground floor of the Snake Emporium. And we are looking forward to helping various, everyone who is interested. Just a thought. We've been considering how surveyors are going to influence and impact the world going forward. And there's one statistic I was just checking. Since the time of Gold Coast to Ghana, so from the 1820s to today, our population is around, by the UN, it is around 33 million. So for over 200 years, we are 33 million. In the next 20 to 30 years, in 2050, our population is estimated to be around 50 million, 55 million thereabout. Of course, that means that Ghanaians will be very busy and we will be giving birth. But what does it mean? It means that a lot more people are going to occupy the same land. The resource is not going to change, but we would have the same land occupied by so many people. This brings about a lot of challenges for us as human beings and for us as geospatial engineers in particular. We would have the harder work of maintaining information. And that is why Thinking Smart is an appropriate theme for today. I just want to give you a scenario, maybe 2 or 3 personas. A certain surveyor who does cadastral surveys and once in a while gets some engineering surveys to do. This person wants to grow his business. So we had a talk and he is now able to assess companies that was previously not able to assess because he has bought into technologies and he has the support that is needed to stand in front of some of these companies. Mind you, whoever you speak to, it is your ability that enables you to speak to the person. So whoever your clients are today, if you want to increase them, you need partnerships, you need technologies, and you need ways to be open. So this person now is able to do bigger engineering jobs, hire skyscrapers, and he's doing monitoring. He's added monitoring to his portfolio. How did he do that? He started by doing the basic things with the manual total station, and after a while, he got a motorized total station for his setting out because it makes it more efficient. After a while, he is able to use this same equipment for monitoring and send data to the client. And the client is seeing real time what deformation he is experiencing on his site. So a certain persona called Surveyor A is able to increase his profitability because he's embracing technologies, and not just any technology, but technologies that would come with help. And that is what we seek to provide, to help you. Another persona is this person who was doing engineering surveys, but had an occasion where he needed to measure utilities. He would very likely dig and see a cable and measure it, or a pipeline and measure it with the RTK. After we spoke, he has a ground penetrating radar and is able to map things that are unseen under the ground. And after a few months, he is getting a contract to survey underground utilities in a certain refinery or in a certain mine, or maybe ECG or the other utility providers. If it is your desire to do such things, then please
do well to speak with me. We have a stand down there, the first stand. You'll see Leica boldly written, and we'll be very happy to help you. I would leave you with just one other persona. If you are the type that is also very ambitious and wants to do great things with surveying. So yes, almost everybody here earns very good money. Surveyors are rich generally. They earn very good money and they are able to afford such conferences. But does it end there? Collaborations is important. Collaborations between you, the surveyors, finding a very good legal frame to work with other people, other professionals, even amongst yourselves. That is key. But even for me, even more key, if there is a word like that, is the technology provider. So please, I'll beg of you not to just do shopping. Shopping is where you find a tripod here, a pole here, and then you put everything together and you are multicolored and you stand in front of a client and he doesn't give you as much money. What we do is to partner with you and provide you, help you through this process. And please, we have been here for, Leica has been around for 200 years. We probably know what we are doing. And that is why we have lasted so long and a good leader in this industry. I am very open and I have a team here who is very open to speak with you here and even after the conference so that we can grow our businesses together. I am not here to tell you I have a cheap total station or a cheap GNS. No, I think we are way beyond that and we should build businesses. That's why we are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, PDSA. At this juncture, we would have chairman giving us the closing remarks, but we have three more important messages from Lands Commission, FIG, ISEC, and LISAC, after which we would have to go downstairs, take pictures, and then we'll go to the booth, look at what is happening, then we go for lunch. Yeah. So, yes. So, Lands Commission by Surveyor Jones Foribodi. A round of applause for him, fellow of the Ghana Institutional Surveyors.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Member of Parliament. All protocols observed. I stand on the existing protocol. I bring you fraternal greetings from the Lands Commission, from the management of the Lands Commission. The Lands Commission happens to be a platinum sponsor of this seminar. And I must also acknowledge the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, about 50% of the participants here, if not more, are from the Lands Commission. So we actually contribute, a lot of human resource and a lot of membership, which translates into, our sponsorship every time for the GHIS. The theme for this seminar, which is very, very appropriate and timely, which I'm sure most of the speakers have spoken about, is something that we need to adhere. And I believe that the Lands Commission is taking steps, to adhere to the digitization agenda. A number of the speakers, starting from Mr. Chairman, have, given comments about the Lands Commission. Some very negative comments, and I think Chairman also mentioned, issues about a study that was done with result as the Lands Commission being the most corrupt institution in Ghana. I would not stand here to defend any of those positions, but what I want to say is we are taking steps to advance the cause of land administration in the country. What we have done is to put together a project which will be able to transform the operations and the business processes of the Lands Commission. So as part of the project, we are addressing issues of outdated maps in a way of flying the entire country to capture new set of maps to cover the country. As we heard from the keynote speaker, you know, the last time that the entire country was flown was somewhere in the 60s, which generated some maps in 1974, thereabout. We need to get up-to-date current map data, which will feed, you know, into the geospatial space. And the Lands Commission is poised to do this. This project has several components. There are about 6 components of this project. Apart from the mapping, we are also looking at establishing continuous operating reference stations across the country, which will serve as a basic infrastructure for the survey community, and then also for other users of geospatial data. One other key thing I want to mention that we want to do is what Prof raised in his keynote address, which is the National Spatial Development Infrastructure. We are also in the process of establishing an NSDI, which will form another component of the project. And this NSDI is supposed to collaborate, you know, all data collectors, both public sector and private sector, so we can share data. So we'll have the concept of collecting once and used by many, and then we can save money for the government of Ghana. So these are structures and proposals that we've put in place. We have the buy-in of government. We are in the final processes of signing a contract to start execution of this. And I believe that it ties in very well with the theme of this conference or this seminar. I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to say that, Mr. Chairman, the Lands Commission is always ready to support the GHIS in your endeavors. On that note, thank you very much.
Most grateful to you, Lands Commission. Now it's not a turn of senior Kwame Tinedu, the vice chair of FIG. Oh, please, a round of applause for him, please. Next year, he's hosting us. He's hosting the whole world in Accra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also do as every person has done, standing on the protocols existing. And continue by saying how grateful I am personally to represent the Council of the International Federation of Surveyors at this occasion. I am really excited about what is happening, and I bring you greetings from Council, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, I'm going to send a report and make sure it features on our website for all the good things that all of us are putting together. Now, Mr. Chairman, Dagomba land, Dagbong land, is a land and a place full of allegories, full of metaphors and proverbs. So whilst I was thinking about what remarks I should make during this session. I happen to have had some message, WhatsApp message. And that message really struck me so much. And I think because we're in Agomba land and we believe in proverbs and we believe in metaphors and we also believe in allegories, I'd like to ask you to kindly spare me just some 2 minutes to share what I read with you. And this is a story of a bird called the plover bird. I have not heard that before, but I had that message. It talks about a plover bird and its strategic alliance with a crocodile. Now, what this bird does is that after the crocodile has eaten all its food, it will fly and perch on the lower mouth of the crocodile, peck out all the left meat in between the tooth of this crocodile, and it would do it clinically to the extent that this voracious crocodile not even attempt to eat it up. So what I was imagining was, how could this bird ever sleep and think, or having the courage to go and peck at the mouth of this opened mouth of a crocodile, thinking that it will not be eaten? And it brings me to this theme that we are discussing, which is strategic alliance. It shows the unity between the crocodile, an animal that we all fear, that we are sure it will eat anything with blood, and why it has decided that for this only bird, I will not eat it. Ladies and gentlemen, the long and short of my story is to talk about unity, strategic unity. Because without that pursuit, we are going to have it difficult. And now if I link that to the theme of today, smart thinking, geospatial solutions for Ghana digital's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the smart thinking, we should be aiming at a smart action. And I think we do well in talking, but I also urge us to think deeply about the smart action, which I am sure by the next time we meet here, we'll be discussing the smart actions that we have been able to implement after we came here to have a very thoughtful discussions. I'd like to end my remarks by reminding you and thanking you of your attendance. Majority of us, in fact, it was noted that the Ghanaian team was the biggest in the just ended working week in Orlando, Florida, USA. And council is very happy about that. And I'd like to say a big thank you to all of you who were able to make it. However, we also have a responsibility to the extent that next year we are going to host the whole world in Accra, Ghana. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have to begin our smart thinking and see how best we will be able to provide the good feeling, the good nature, and then all the thoughts that our colleagues from outside this country have been having for Ghana. We hope we will be able to collaborate to make it a very wonderful occasion. And we thank all of you for supporting this vision. I'd like to rest my case and thank you all and thank GHIS, LSD for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Sylvia Kwame Tinedu Senior. Okay, we'll now call on Lisak to give us a very short message. Very, very short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As usual, standing on all protocols existing. The Licensed Surveyors Association of Ghana sends warm felicitations to our brothers and sisters of the LSD of GHIS on their annual seminar with the theme Smart Thinking, Geospatial Solution for Ghana's Digital Economy. LISAC, as part of LSD, associates with the topic as it resonates well with current needs of the Ghanaian digitalized economy. Geospatial matters transcends all sectors of the economy, including agriculture, transportation, utilities, land administration, mining, and so on. The tools of the geomatic engineer has changed from chains to the drones and GIS, which are digitalized platforms. The essential nature of the surveyor to provide integrity in mapping and representation of the physical world and to physically deliver and design information back to the surface of the earth is largely unchanged since the beginning of our profession. However, the demands of today's world are asking us to adapt our skills in dynamic and important ways. The complexity of our projects contribute to the growth, while requests to improve efficiency resounds louder than ever. It is up to us to embrace the changing tools as they become available and expand the integrity of information exchange across a wider swath of industry stakeholders. Not long ago, our profession required large survey parties and significant amount of time and skill to analyze measurements and convert them into detailed maps and actionable information. Today, licensed surveyors are positioning themselves to deliver cadastral services smartly and efficiently. Today, the geospatial tools have made us adapt to technologies and quick mapping products. Tools, mapping products that invariably is turning the economy as well. Today, many projects require the professional licensed surveyor to deploy in distinct phases. Early phase to feed the design, middle phase for design, translation, and layout, and last stage for validation to ensure the quality of the built infrastructure. Today's advanced geospatial instrumentation allows for complex physical measurements of radio signals from space or from the light signals reflected or on nearby prisms or surfaces to be instantly digitized and seamlessly integrated with other information sources to paint a more comprehensive near real-time worldview, near-time view of the world. As we move towards the future, surveyors must continue to adapt to increasing speed of innovation and market dynamics. As products, platforms, and processes continue to evolve, so must our workflows. From the Geospatial World GeoBix Journal of 2023, the global geospatial industry market size has been forecasted to be $512 billion in 2023. with a direct socioeconomic impact of $7.5 trillion as offshoots of the geospatial industry. Further, the report highlights that the geospatial and space has attracted $202 billion in direct investments in the last 4 years, showcasing the tremendous growth potential of the geospatial industry. This, therefore, leads to the need to form strong surveying companies that can compete for the piece of the global largesse of geospatial funds. I'm therefore reiterating the need for LSD of GHIS to collaborate with LISAC to assign the LSD members to the licensed surveyors to enable creation of strong competitive firms. This also leads to the needed mentoring that would drive the professional practice to a solid footing. We as LISAC will continue to play our supporting role to DHIS and also the Lands Commission that has bestowed on us the tax to help in the land value chain. Thank you for your attention. Greetings from LISAC.
Your message is really, really short. Okay, Isaac, the last one from Isaac, International Cost Engineering Council. Oh, he's the vice president. So are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. MC. I'm told to give a very short fraternal greetings, and I will do so. Standing on all protocols, we would like to extend our warmest greetings from the Global Chair of the International Cost Engineering Council on this occasion of your annual seminar for 2022. Your 2023, your team, Smart Thinking Geospatial Solution for Ghana's digitalized economy is apt. And it has come as a time when technological advancements has engulfed our generation. For we at ISEC, your team's smart thinking means thinking out of the box to identify aspects of our profession that will make us relevant to the society and also give us the needed financial resources as professionals. We of the ISEC, that brings together quantity surveyors, cost engineers, and project managers, have taken up the need to diversify our services to areas that is not normal with how we were trained. For example, in quantity surveying, a good quantity surveyor can be called to perform in one of these areas. To be a project audit and forensic experts, procurement management, ADR practitioner, that is arbitrator and mediators, value engineering management, project performance review, project controls and planning, project value for money, and project due diligence. Mr. Chairman, these are not the normal things quantity surveyors do, but it is out of thinking out of the box that these areas have been developed so that the quantity surveyor or cost engineers will still remain relevant as professionals operating in the built environment. Failure to do that invariably will leave a gap for others who take over. So we are thinking smart. I'm very optimistic that these subtopics that you have selected will in the end point to the direction of smart thinking that will make the land surveyor in particular and surveyors in general very good to be able to diversify to areas so that we can enhance our relevance in perpetuity. Thank you and wish you well for this annual seminar. From the Global Chair for ISEC in the person of Professor Angelo Dival, Global Chair for ISEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will have the closing remarks from our chairman.
I think there's nobody, okay, acknowledging the high table. I think that we've listened to too many speeches. We are hungry. Thank you very much.
You know, this is the shortest closing remarks I've ever, but it's good. So we will now call on Surveyor Florence Lamte, member of the institution, also member of the planning committee, to give us the vote of thanks. And then we'll go out, take pictures, visit the booth, and then we'll go for lunch. In fact, we are coming back exactly at 2:45. 2:45, so we'll be snappy.
Thank you very much. Surveyor chairperson has shortened my vote of thanks. So standing on the existing protocol, on behalf of the LSD ESCO members, the planning committee members, we want to thank you all for your time spent and resources that you also spent to make this seminar, day one first session, a memorable one. We say God richly bless you, Tipaya.
Great. So on going out to this place, we'll go for pictures, and then the announcement is that we'll all be given coupons based on the tags that you have. The high table will go to the governing council members. You join them in a holding room, so that's where we'll have our lunch. In addition to the Thanksgiving, let me say this, at least let me mention our sponsors who supported us, the companies. The platinum sponsors are Lands Commission, PDSA Company Limited, Dovjo, Joe Ama Consults, and Survey and Mapping Division of the Lands Commission. The gold sponsors are Bison Survey, TDC Development Company Limited, Multijomatis PTI, CSSS, Precise Systems, and the silver sponsor is DMAPES. Bronze, we have 360 Service and Engineering Limited, Agio Solutions, Card Consult, Softcon Engineering, Geocode, and Geotech Systems. Now, some individuals also supported. They are platinum sponsor, Xavier Isaac Labi Fellow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Xavier Joseph Sapong Ocheri, Xavier Professor Prosper Larry, platinum sponsors. For gold, we have Xavier Baba Zakaria Salifu, Xavier Gilbert Komla Kwashi, Xavier Mukaila Abdul Rahman. For the category of silver, we have Xavier Bernard Kofi Boateng, Xavier Samuel Enim Ayeko, and Xavier Mohammed Dan Lad, and Xavier Isaac Ansan. For the bronze category, we have Xavier David Totime, Xavier Okwabi Frimpong Fellow. Thank you very much. And for the mahogany, we have Xavier Natoma Al-Hassan, Xavier Michael Intiamwa Edu, Xavier Benjamin Benyi Aqua, Xavier Benjamin Jojo Edu Hansen, Xavier Frederick Bediako Mensa, Xavier Bright Simba, Xavier Nikwa Shikwoti, and Xavier Stephen Jaba. Please, a round of applause for all these categories and companies. Thank you very much. Yes, I mentioned it. Okay, Xavier Kofi Boateng. I didn't mention Kumi, but if you heard it, then I'm sorry. Okay, shall we rise as we say the closing prayer for this session, and then So, Father, we thank you for this first session that you've taken us through. It's a humble prayer that you give us the strength once again. We'll come back to continue with the rest of the program to the greater glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. So thank you. So we'll go downstairs for the pictures, the booth, and then we go for lunch. Yes. The pictures will not take so much time. 3 minutes, we are done.